Okay, you just, okay, it's back stable now because you hit something. No, that in the center.
No, that's
Okay.
okay. I didn't touch nothing. I touched my mic, that's it. I don't touch nothing
Deputy
else.
Laura's gonna talk to you.
Huh?
Deputy Laura's gonna talk to you.
No, she can talk to me. I touched nothing.
Yeah. Oh, Robert Porter,
Can I approach?
of course you can approach. Okay, okay. Yes, when do you want it recalled? Oh, I tell you what, let me, yes. So if you will, let me do that now. Is your client here?
Yeah, she's here.
All right, have her come up. What's the name of the phone? All right, if you have the clerk bullet. Just one moment here. All right, Ms. Portia, your attorney's in jury trial. And I'm a firm believer that people can't be in two places at the same time.
True.
According to Bobby Womack. See, nobody knows Bobby Womack. Where's Vashon? She's not here. Nobody said, I can't believe people have never heard of Bobby Womack.
Does he have a twin?
No, what?
Because you said two different places at once.
Vashon, I'm telling her that her attorney can't be in two places at the same time like Bobby Womack. Nobody, Vashon, she wants to know if Bobby Womack is a twin. Nobody here knows Bobby Womack. He's the poet. That's okay. All right, Mr. Porter, do you want it for June 13th?
That's fine.
All right. And was this set for trial?
No.
Okay. Okay, it's for the state to make an offer.
Said Bobby Womack, right?
Yes.
I'll do my research.
All right, do your research. He's known as the poet. And I'm shocked that other people in here don't know it, especially Robert Porter.
Yeah.
Are you here on Lisa Garza?
Yes, that was from last week. You wanted the state to reach out to the complainant before you remove the GPS. They sent an email up to voicemail. They haven't had any response, but they notified them.
All right, so just give me a second. Let me call the docket real
Okay.
quick and then I'll take that up. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket. So if you'll please have your seats. Today is Tuesday. It's a day that we're closer to Friday than we were yesterday. So everybody should be happy about that. And it's San Antonio, Bashan, everybody's grass is being watered. My grass is beautiful in the neighborhood. I don't want to jinx it though. All right, I'm going to call the docket. If you're here, you need to let me know you're here. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you're not, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Jury is going to be coming up the stairs shortly. Darren Parker is in custody. Larry Haynes.
We're conferring on discovery.
All right, thank you. Rudolph Montoya. Thank you. In custody, we have Rogelio Sanchez, Marisol Rubio, Stephen Miles, Cirio Castro, Jorge Diaz. Thank you. Kevin Robinson. Thank you. Christopher Gonzalez. In custody, we have Stacy Powell, Patricia Lopez, Raymond Alejandro. Thank you. We have in custody Humberto Chavez, Lutrell Miles, Nicholas Henderson, Jacob Garcia, Stephen Ward. In custody, we have Vernon Dixon, Javon Crockett, Satiri Portello, that's been reset to the 13th. Emanol Ramirez is in custody, Todd Dotson, custody, Laura Ashby. Thank you. Alex Martinez, if you're here, your case has been dismissed. Deborah Aguilar, if you're here, your case has been dismissed. Well, is she still in custody on something else?
Yes.
All right, we need to find out what she's in custody for. Larry Berry. Roberto Gonzalez. Lisette Ochoa. Ricardo Patlan.
Yes, Judge, I have not had any contact.
All right, we'll take up Patlan and Ochoa in just a moment. Rayanna Martinez. Rodney Johnson is in the 227th. So if there's an attorney here for Rodney Johnson and Tina Ray, your case has been transferred to the 227th. Alexander Politos is in custody. In custody, we have Sarah Martinez, Kevin Neuenfeld, Levon Cavett, Jose Romero, Edgar Hernandez, Aaron Solis, Rodney Scatlin, and Anthony White. Is there anyone present and your name was not called or you came in late? Yes, what's your name? I'm sorry, what?
Betty Jean Gonzalez.
Thank you. Everybody's doing the Seinfeld low talking. All right, Ms. Gonzalez, do you know who your attorney is?
John Pena.
Do you know your SID number or case number? All right, what's your SID number?
858290, Judge.
Thank you, Robert Bauer. All right, yes. What's your name? Do you know who your attorney is? Do you know your case number, SID number? Don't tear the wallet.
Number is 1179-67-4.
All right, we're going to check on both of your cases. And before you leave here, we're going to make sure that you know who your attorney is and their contact information, okay? All right, is there anyone else whose name was not called? Yes. Christopher Robles, do you know who your attorney is? Do you know your SID number or case number? Okay, I don't know your SID number like that. Could you slow down? Dinah, when people call out numbers quickly for you on the record, I'm going to tell them to slow it down.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Excuse me, are you on the docket today?
Yes.
What's your name? All right, you need to take the front row. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. One, this is jury docket, so someone's going to trial today. On this file, we have criminal trial division. Over here, we have family violence. Pull their file, sit on their desk, have a seat. They will call you in the order of appearance. If you have someone who is in custody, yes, they need to be brought out and you need to ask for them to be brought out. Do not approach the court unless you've conferred with the state and conferred with your client. If your client needs an interpreter, by that I mean they are not going to be communicating in the English language, then we need an interpreter here, whether you speak their language or not. Do not approach the clerks or the coordinator for continuances, for resets. I'm the only person who can give that to you. And we will be going to jury trial today. So it's Tuesday. it sort of has a Monday feel to it, but we can still bring joy and happiness and kindness and patience. So everyone, please confer. And Mr. Mauer, on your case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is she here or no?
No, I told her not to come. I've been checking back just to make sure the state got in contact with them.
All right, and who's the state? Oh, and Mr. Mauer, if you. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. All right, on this case, his client has, how long has your client been on GPS?
Since the date of the arrest, Judge.
Okay, all right.
You had already agreed to it. You just wanted them
Yes.
to contact the.
No, I'm in agreement to it, but I wanted to put it on the
Okay.
record. If you can let the court reporter know that we need to be on the record.
You want me to have them put that Patlon file up there, the guy who?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll take that one up too. All right. If everyone can please whisper. Court is calling 2022 CR 9806, State of Texas versus Lisa Marie Garza. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
Robert Mauer for defendant, Your Honor.
All right. And the court did note the last time we were here that your client, everyone, please whisper. And the court, see, I did that for you. And the court did state that Ms. Garza did not need to be here for this hearing because this has been an ongoing discussion with defense counsel. So state, is there any objection to his client not appearing?
No objection from the state.
And defense, I'm assuming you have no objection to your client not appearing.
She knows I'm here.
All right. And I believe it's because your client is at work and other
Yes, ma'am.
things. All right. So the reason why we're here is defense counsel has filed a motion to have the GPS removed. My understanding from defense is that his client has been on GPS since May 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And what the court wanted to know is whether or not state you were able to get in touch with the complainant.
Judge, from notes and synopsis, I saw that our victim advocate did attempt to reach out to the point of contact. She was not successful in speaking with them, but she did leave a voicemail explaining what was happening.
Okay. All right. So state, do you have any objection to removal of the GPS?
No objection, Judge.
Okay. All right, so we're still going to do and let your client know that there's going to be a no contact order with the complainant. If there is contact with the complainant in any shape or form by email, text message, whatever, then she may end up having her case heard from custody.
I'll let her know that, Judge. And she moved away from the neighborhood, so there shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And then the next is state if you remain, the next case. Could you have them pull the file?
I only found one here, Judge. I'm getting the other case at this moment. I just have one of the files.
Okay.
Hold right back to the desk.
Oh, no.
Is it?
That's what-
Patlon, Judge. He's the guy who FTA.
Does he have two cases?
Yes, ma'am. I think the other one's a felony of 80.
Okay.
I'm grabbing it right
All right. Thank you. And I know on Lisa Garza, I know you filed the motion and I'm gonna have to have them pull it because, let me see.
I think you had it last week.
All right, I'll have them pull it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And I just want to call both cases for Mr. Potline. Let me see what it is. Defense, do you know offhand? Do you know offhand, defense, the cause numbers for Patman? Because I only have one file.
What case number do you have, Judge?
2023 CR 0472.
All right, I have them both now.
The other one's
No.
3468.
Yes, and we're just waiting for the second one. The reason why you don't have that file is it's in bond forfeiture.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 3468, State of Texas versus Ricardo Patron. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Robert Mauer for defendant.
All right. This hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 9:12 a.m. The defendant has not made an appearance in the court. The court will note that there is a bond forfeiture in place for this defendant in cause number 2023 CR 0472. Deputy Laura, did you make an announcement for Mr. Patron?
Yes, Your Honor, there was no answer.
All right, defense, have you had any contact with your client?
No, ma'am.
State?
Judge, state would move for a bond forfeiture in the new case.
I object.
All right. And what is your grounds for objection?
I just object on general principles, Judge.
Okay, all right. The motion will be granted. The defendant will be remanded without bond and the court will issue a judge's warrant.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. And Mr. Mauer,
Yes, Judge.
on Lisa Garza, if you can just have them pull the B page.
Can you hand me the file so I can have them printed?
Yes. Thank you.
Judge,
Hello.
Mike and I watched From the Hip over the weekend.
Yes, wasn't it great?
A lot of fun. We enjoyed it.
I'm telling you.
I heard like the line, like creative sneakiness. I'm gonna use that.
Okay. See, I'm telling you, some of the movies from the 80s are very good.
Very solid. We enjoyed it.
Oh, I'm glad. See, now you need to tell Daniel and Ruben to watch From the Hip.
Very cool.
Okay.
Lizette Ochoa.
All right, who's here on Rudolph Montoya?
Your Honor.
Good morning. All righty. Yes.
Go ahead, Travis. The state is ready on this case. However, the state lead attorney, Brittany Mitchell, is under the weather and not able to come in today. And the state is going to ask that if we do proceed on the case, if we could have a short recess and jury selection on Wednesday.
I'm sorry, have a short recess for what?
To begin jury selection on Wednesday morning.
Okay. All right, the court will consider that. So, but make sure everyone's back here by 11.
11 this morning?
Yes.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Travis.
Judge, here you go.
All right, thank you. All right, who's here on Lisette Ochoa? Hello, have you confirmed with the state?
Yes, so present here for Alice Warburton this morning. There was a pretrial diversion application that was submitted and we would request a new setting so that we can see if she gets accepted in the pretrial diversion.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Lisette Ochoa, do you know the status of the pretrial diversion?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
The other way. Looks like it was accepted on 5/31.
All right, what date do you want to bring it back? All right, July 13th, and do not be late for court again. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and then you're excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See our Larry Haynes or Hines.
Mr. Bowers, please.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Mr. Hines? All right, so the court has received the request for protective order with CPS
Correct,
records.
Judge. The state tells me they're gonna burn me a copy of the CPS records and I'll pick them up this week.
Okay, and so he has 3 cases. So Ms. Ferguson, can you give me a 45-day reset for discovery?
That's fine, Judge. If we could, I'm out the July 20th to the 30th, so if we could do, I guess, the first week in August. You have me set here on August 3rd, I think, already.
All right, Norma, is he already set on August 3rd?
I have no idea, but I don't know what case you're talking about.
Oh.
What case are you talking about on August 3rd?
One of the, I was here on it yesterday, but any first week in August, I'll be back on the 30th, so of July, so I can work anytime in August.
All right, can you recall this for August, please? And we'll put it, you think you're here on August 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if we'll put it for August 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Norma, that'll be for discovery.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's fine.
Who's here on Christopher Gonzalez?
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, you're in the wrong place.
Okay.
Court is calling 2022. Just 1 second before we go on the record. Oh, that's an MTR. Okay. Court is calling 2022 CR 10364, State of Texas versus Christopher Gonzalez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state
Travis Banks, the state of Texas.
defense?
Virtual Vargas, Your Honor.
All right, and you're Christopher Gonzalez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you filed a motion for continuance?
Yes, Your Honor. In reviewing yesterday, getting ready for a trial today, I was reviewing what the detective interview with the mother. The detective made an admission on record that just a little short history, my client had filed a report for being assaulted by the mother, so an officer went to the house.
Okay, I cannot hear you and you're speaking too quickly.
My client made a call to police for being assaulted by the mother and the uncle. So when the officer went down to take an interview, his statement with his body cam, it shows on the body cam, the executive said the body cam shows where this officer questioned my client regarding the sexual assault case. I don't have that video, and I do need that video to see what the officer questioned my client about. I'm not sure. There may be some exculpatory evidence, I'm not sure, but this being a serious charge, I really need to see this video.
All right, so on December 13th, 2022, we had discovery. On January 24th, 2023, discovery. February 28th, 2023, that had to do with his curfew violation. But a plea deadline date was set for March 30th. And it was recalled for April 6th. And all discovery was due, and the plea deadline had expired and it was set for trial. So from April through May, there's been a month to look at whatever anybody needs to look at. The motion for continuance is denied. I'll see you all here at 11.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, please come forward. Come here. What's your number, son? Yeah, or date of birth, what's your date of birth?
6/19/1994.
Carlos?
I have a similar here.
What's your signature?
10776. Oh, 767.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos?
I guess, but I'm in the process of hiring one in mind. Just saw some the other day and I got the money from the teacher, so then you want to try.
Your excuse, you can go checking with the Johnson, let them know. Would you show that support? Make sure you check in with them, but they will call me.
Yes.
In your excuse, make sure you have the attorney call before your case is about. You get a postcard in a minute. You're welcome.
Good morning. Donna, did you enjoy your day away? Yeah, and how, from high school? Your baby's not a baby anymore, but he'll always be a baby. So what's he gonna be up to? Okay,
That's what his plan is.
well, that's a good choice. Yeah. Because I've had family members who've been in the National Guard. And they enjoyed it. There was a television series about a mom who joined the military or either the National Guard to be with her son. So you could do that,
No,
where you guys are in the same boot camp and stuff.
no, it's okay. I'll miss him, but not that much.
Oh, you're not gonna be there. Where you can tell the commander, don't be yelling at my baby.
How do you do it? Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Judge.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, are the parties ready on Darren Parker? All right, where's Mr. Parker? Come forward. Counsel, you're on this side. Court is calling 2022 CR 4014, State of Texas versus Darren Kinsley Parker. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Keith Engelke.
All right, are you Mr. Parker?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Darren Kinsley Parker who's placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 4014 for the offense of unlawfully carrying a weapon in prohibited places on June 23rd, 2022 for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 6, on or about the 13th day of February 2023 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Darren Kingsley Parker, departed Bear County without the written permission of the court and or the supervision officer in violation of condition number 6.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Is it true? Yes, ma'am, that's true.
State waives all the violations, Judge.
Any objections to the waiver?
No, ma'am.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 6, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you need to confer with your attorney some more? If you do, that's fine with the court.
That's a few things.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Oh, go ahead and have, yes.
Anthony White.
Said they were ready and I.
Okay, all right.
May just be another minute, Judge.
Oh, okay, whenever they're ready. All right, counsel, are you ready? All right, we're back on the record in 2022 CR 4014, State of Texas versus Darren Kinsley Parker.
Your Honor, my client would like to withdraw his plea to number
The judge, it was number 6.
6.
All right, well, what we'll do is we'll just start over as though we're beginning from the beginning.
All right,
All right, could the parties announce on the record, please, for the state
Daniel Escobar for the state.
defense?
Keith Engelkey.
And are you Mr. Darren Kinsley Parker? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Darren Kinsley Parker who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 4014 for the offense of unlawful carrying a weapon on prohibited places on June 23rd, 2022 for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State.
Violated condition number 26 on or about the 10th day of March 2023 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Darren Kinsley Parker, failed to provide proof of permanent residence by COB March 10th, 2023 in violation of condition number 26.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
I'm guilty for that one.
No, you have to say true or not true.
True.
At state waives all the violations, Judge.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 26, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 26 true. Is there an agreement?
No, Your Honor, the state is recommending revocation, but I believe defense is asking for the defendant to be continued on his probation.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
No, ma'am.
All right, defense, what are you requesting?
My client has moved to Waller County, as the court is aware, to seek employment, to get employment. He is trying to transfer his case to Waller County.
Did he have permission to go to Waller County?
He called his probation officer and he also spoke with the supervisor.
You want to call him as a witness to find out if he wants to tell the court that he had permission?
Please,
You want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Darren Parker, Darren Kinsley Parker.
All right, defense.
Did you have permission from your probation officer to travel to Waller County?
Yes, and I had to give them an address when
I
I
didn't-
got there.
How did you get permission?
Okay, I
from-
cannot understand a word you're saying.
Can I take my mask off?
Sure.
How did you get permission from your probation officer?
It was a verbal conversation when I called her and I spoke to her supervisor.
What did you talk about with supervisor?
I basically was telling her about my situation here in Bear County, about my living situation here. And they allowed me to move to Houston. There were certain things that happened with that address. So I kind of just ran into a situation where I had like no address to prove to the court. And I was staying at a hotel, sleeping in the car some days. I just went through a rough moment and I was working, but everything that I was trying to do, it wasn't working. So I saved up enough money and I
Who
wound
is your
up,
officer in Houston?
I never applied the address to them, so I never seen an officer or anything like that yet.
All right, so that makes me suspicious of whether or not you had permission to go to Houston because you would need to be supervised.
Yes, ma'am. I was still talking to Miss Aramis Parker, my probation officer here. And I came to court, showed up on Zoom court here.
Do you want me to have Ms. Parker zoom in to here to let me know whether or not you all had a conversation about you moving? Because I mean, we can have her zoom in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll get Ms. Parker on if I may. To bring to your recollection as well, we did have a compliance hearing with Mr. Parker on Zoom. And he was to provide all of the information required per your instruction and just failed to do so. I will get Ms. Parker online real quick.
And I will tell you, I have here Mr. Parker in February. I write everything down. It says defendant to reside in month-to-month hotel and provide address by March 10th, 2023. Provide proof of employment at Jimmy John's. Defendant states employment is aware of his criminal history. And you need to provide proof of current hotel residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had approved travel February 22nd through March 10th. And you were allowed to transfer to Prairie View, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
So were you not in Prairie View, Texas?
I was, but the hotel room that I was staying at, they said that their systems were down. So they gave me a written receipt.
Mhm.
And when I submitted that to Miss Parker, it just wouldn't hold up for like proof. So I was trying to save money for an extended stay hotel. And instead I wound up saving enough money to get my own apartment. So I just really felt like, instead of
Did you give them notice of your address at that apartment? That's either yes or no. Not to me.
No.
Did you give it to probation?
No, I sent my lawyer my deposit because I had to wait until the 1st of June to move in. He was waiting, my landlord was waiting for the tenant that was currently there to move out fully. So I sent Mr. Engelke my deposit that I paid. I believe that was. So I'm just trying to get the
Yeah,
date.
but this motion to revoke was filed in April. So all this stuff that you're doing in June is neither here nor there.
Here's ours.
Right. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I was unaware that I was had a motion to revoke in April.
No, what I'm telling you is what you're telling me, what you did after the motion to revoke. Yeah, that's great. But I gave you instructions that you were to provide information. Pardon? Yes, your probation officer is here.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Parker? No, what I'm telling you is what you're telling me that you did after the motion. All right, Ms. Parker, can you unmute? Information.
This is Officer Parker.
All right, so is there any objections to Ms. Parker appearing by Zoom?
None from the defense.
None from the state.
Thank you. All right, and I'll continue to hear what you're saying. All right, Ms. Parker. Excuse me, Ms. Parker.
No, what I'm telling you is what you're telling.
All right, you may continue. I
Um,
think she's listening instead of, yes.
what part was supposed to be questioning? Sorry.
No, we're talking about you moving from place to place. You said Ms. Parker gave you permission to go to Houston.
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay,
Sorry about that, Judge.
no problem.
when I stayed there, I ran into a situation there where I had to leave. So it made it very difficult for me to.
And the person who's on Zoom, Ms. Parker,
Yes,
that's the
Judge.
probation officer who you're saying gave you permission to go to Houston?
But she was aware that I was there.
Nope.
Yes, ma'am.
What you said is you talked to your probation officer, Ms. Parker, and she gave you permission to go to Houston.
Actually, her supervisor, because I had to talk to her supervisor. And her supervisor,
Do you really want me to put the supervisor on here? Because we will put the supervisor by Zoom on here.
I'm just being honest about what happened now.
Excuse me, Judge. She's sitting next to me if you'd like her to join in.
All right, thank you. So the supervisor's here. So you're saying the supervisor gave you permission to go to Houston?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions?
Just a copy of the receipt that you
That is.
would like to know this is evidence.
Do you want to mark that or you just want the court to review it?
I'd like the court to review it.
All right.
Okay.
All right, this really doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't tell me what this is just deposit for.
I have my
Please.
lease right here, ma'am.
Okay.
So,
Any objections?
None from the state.
All right, and this is just for the court to review?
yes, ma'am. It provides an address. that was
This is
requested.
not his signature on here. It says resident signature and it has it looks like the last name is Jones.
Yes, ma'am. I was incarcerated. So my landlord is aware that I was incarcerated. So he was able to still add my prior girlfriend to the lease so she could sign the lease so we can move in. I just was incarcerated, so I couldn't be home to sign it.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
State, any questions?
No, nothing from the state, Judge.
All right. So who is the person who you said gave permission for you to go to Houston?
I believe that the supervisor, the lady in the orange, I don't know her name. I apologize.
All right, all right. Any objection to her appearing by video?
No, ma'am.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, if you can lower your hand and state your name for the record.
Sherry Simonelli.
All right, Ms. Simonelli, did you give Mr. Parker permission to move to Houston?
Ma'am, I do not think so.
All right, so do you not think so, or you don't know?
This is what I can recall of the conversation. I don't remember the date or the month. I remember he got me on the telephone. He was in crisis. He needed somewhere to go. I told him to go somewhere to be safe and to let his probation officer know where he was going to be after he was safely somewhere. So it was not a permission to move. It was permission to get somewhere to get safe.
Okay, all right, any other questions?
No, Judge.
All right, Miss, any questions?
Can I
My
tell you
client has a
exactly?
response.
Can I tell you exactly what she said?
Well, no, we'll get back to you. Any questions?
No.
All right, Ms. Parker?
Yes,
Can you raise
Judge.
your right hand for me, please?
Yes,
You
Judge.
solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Ms. Parker?
All right, Ms. Parker, did Mr. Parker, who is no relation, I'm assuming,
No relation.
inform you of where he would be living in Houston?
No, ma'am. When he first called to say he had nowhere to go, we did tell him he did not have permission. He needed to get the judge's permission in order to transfer, move. And so because it was a crisis situation that he was telling us, we said, well, you're going to do what you need to do to be safe. So then once we had the compliance hearing, he was supposed to give us a address of where he was going to be at. Living. He had trouble with that. I think he gave us a handwritten receipt on a piece of paper, and we're like, this is not legit. So we never had confirmation on where he was living. I attempted to call the place at least 4 or 5 times, never could get through. So when we did the compliance hearing with you, I can't remember the dates that you gave him. By the close of business, he needed to have proof of the address. And he never gave us that. So still to this day, we never knew where he lived until I got an alert that he was arrested on Prairie View's campus for an assault. And then at that point, in that police report, it said the witnesses stated that he was living at that dorm or that apartment on Prairie View. So that's when I knew then I was like, okay, well, he wasn't even at the hotel. Now it was some, I don't know if it was the dorm, apartment or something in Prairie View, but once I got the alert that he was arrested for that assault charge, that's kind of where I knew where he was. So no, ma'am, I never had any proof till this day of any address that he was at since he left this county, since he left Bear County, excuse me.
All right, any questions? Defense?
How did you get the phone number for that address?
How did I get the phone number?
You
for
said you made several phone calls that were not successful.
Yes, so it was, he gave me the name, and forgive me, I want to say it's Prairie View Inn or
Right.
so I Googled the name. I want to say he maybe had the phone number on the written, and I can look it up real quick if you allow me, but I want to say it might have been a phone number on the written one, or a business card or something like that. But that's the number where we Googled as far as online of what the number was, but that's all we had because we were doing our due diligence and trying to get a verbal over the phone to say that he's living there to at least give the judge something. So we weren't even required to do that. I was trying to help Mr. Parker by like, okay, you giving me this written note, let me go over and beyond and try to get a verbal over the phone, but we couldn't even get that because he never provided a legit receipt, something to state that he lived at this address. So we were actually doing due diligence, trying to get some type of somebody over the phone to state that he was residing there.
Ask you another question.
Yeah, sure.
You said you Googled Prairie View.
If that's the name, I can look it up. If I can go through my records, I'm saying the name, but that might be the wrong.
And you made a Google search and was it successful?
The Google search on the
name that you can't remember right now.
It came up.
Okay.
It came up. So it was the name, if I'm saying the name correct, it was a hotel. And I believe he even zoomed from, no, he didn't zoom from, I take that back, I'm sorry. I believe I want to say he gave a business card. I can look it up, but I want to say the name was Prairie View Inn, but I could be totally wrong, sir. But I think that might have been the receipt that you have, but I can look up the handwritten one.
Okay, but so let me make sure I understand you. You did contact a hotel, a Google search with what you remember is the Prairie View Inn. That's my memory too.
Okay.
And that Google search was not successful.
When you say the
Excuse me, that you were not successful in getting an answer to your phone call.
Yes, I was not successful as getting a answer to my phone call. That's correct.
But you're able to make a call.
I was able to make the call, but was it the right number? I do not know, sir.
So you had enough.
No one ever. I'm sorry.
So you had enough information from your Google search in order to make a call.
That's the furthest I got. Is that the Google search gave me the name
gave me a phone number, but I do not know. I don't have confirmation if that was the correct phone number, the location, anything. It's just the Google search, yes, sir, brought up that information.
How many times did you call?
It was three times I called. Give me a sec. Okay, it was on March the 21st. We called at 9 o'clock. I called at 9 o'clock, 9:30, 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. And there was no answer for each attempt made.
Do you have any reason to believe that you would never receive a response to your call if you called on a different day?
I do not know if I would have called on a different day if I would have got a response, because I shouldn't have even had to call. It was his responsibility to give me the proof. So I was doing this out of just trying to help Mr. Parker. So I was never required to call. I was trying to help Mr. Parker out because it seemed like he was having difficulty getting me what was required of him. So if I was to call a different day, I don't know that answer, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that was on a that was on a Tuesday. So would it have been different? I don't know.
I would like to ask Mr. Parker a few questions.
Well, no. Any other questions for this witness?
No, Judge.
All right, if you all would just remain on just a few minutes, just in case someone has some more questions for you.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want to recall Mr. Parker?
Yes. Mr. Parker, where did you stay?
I was staying at right now, where do I live?
No, where were you staying?
I was staying at the Prairie Lanes.
Okay. And were you having trouble getting in touch with the people there?
I was having trouble with them printing out a receipt because they said their systems was down. I was paying money. They written down, gave me a receipt basically paying what I paid. He wrote her a whole letter, and I knew that it was not a printed receipt that you would regularly get from a payment when you make at a hotel residence. But he was trying the best that he could, because I was honest with him about my situation. And I know that Judge wasn't playing games. She wanted me to get the address by a certain date. I tried my hardest, and everything I tried to do, it wasn't working. It wasn't.
So you tried.
I tried hard.
Okay. No further questions.
All right.
When were you staying at the Prairie View Inn?
I can't remember the exact dates, but I know that I was staying there throughout the months of April and up to about April 26th, because I started having to sleep in the car because I was saving money for the apartment that I was trying to pay the deposit for.
What about the place? I'm not gonna ask about the specific facts of your arrest, but where were you staying?
I can be honest about it. I'm not gonna lie to the judge. I'm not gonna lie to the courts. I was actually in the car. So some days, I just felt like I can't keep paying day by day. I was paying about $85 a day trying to stay inside the hotel. So I felt like, honestly, I make $12.50 an hour. So I'm trying to save money so I can pay for the deposit, pay for the first month's rent. And I didn't want to get my girlfriend kicked out of school. So I felt as though if I give, her address to the courts, that she would get kicked out of school. So I really was trying to not put her, dorm address as this court, because I really don't know if it would have happened or not, but I was just trying to protect her and her school. So I wasn't trying to give y'all that address. I was trying hard to just get a receipt for the address for the hotels. Everything I did, it didn't work. So I don't know, it's just I'm well, let me try to get an apartment. I started searching for an apartment. I wound up finding an apartment. I was just trying my best to do everything that I could to get the address, but I failed.
Any other questions?
Nothing to say, Judge.
May I speak?
Sure.
Is the apartment that you finally got to, is that the apartment on the lease?
Yes,
Okay,
200 Echoes, apartment 2.
no further questions.
And the person listed on that lease, is that the girlfriend?
That's my girlfriend. Yes, ma'am.
How old is she?
She is 23.
All right, and how old are you?
I'm 30.
All right, does she have any children?
No,
And is she in college?
yes.
Did you tell her about your criminal history?
She knows that I have had a past. Yes,
No,
ma'am.
does she know your criminal history?
I mean.
That's either yes or no.
No.
So why are you going into a relationship with her being untruthful? Do her parents know that she's staying with you, a person who has this criminal history?
But they don't know about my criminal history. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, so
Yes.
basically you live in a double life with them.
May I speak, Your Honor?
No, let me finish asking my questions.
No, they know I've been in trouble. I have been honest about it. She knows that I have been in trouble. She knows.
How did you meet her?
Just when I stayed in San Antonio, I had a homeboy and he used to date his sister. So honestly, I met that way. We really was just friends at first. We wasn't, we didn't even, honestly, we didn't even like each other like that. We would just go to the bar or something with them. And we kind of just started to hang out through that, just chilling with my
And
homeboy.
honestly, I'm just asking these questions because I'm trying to figure out, why would you, somebody who's trying to get their college degree, why would you drag them down with your baggage and you haven't even solved your baggage?
She was aware of the charges that I had. It's just, I guess we just,
No, you told me she wasn't aware of your entire criminal history.
I thought you were just speaking about like my past, not this.
Yeah, I mean, your criminal history, that's something somebody should know.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I had a conversation with her about this case. She knows I was on
No,
probation.
your entire criminal history.
I talked to her about a lot of things that were
Your
happening.
entire criminal history?
Yes, the important things I did tell her, I
No,
talked
no,
to
no.
her about it.
Your entire
No,
criminal
no,
history.
No, sorry.
All right, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What I can tell you is I've tried with you and I've read through the court's file the number of times that I worked with you on your address. And I'm not paying any attention. I see these other allegations that are in the motion. I'm not even paying attention to those. But since you're here before me, have you been using marijuana since the first time when you were admonished not to use marijuana?
Yes, ma'am. And I was asked to do a drug class. I needed help. I'm not even gonna lie. I kept on smoking. I was being disobedient. Miss Parker,
Disobedience is what a child does. You were violating the
I was
court's
violating.
rule and your contract with the court.
yes, ma'am.
And now you're before the court, I think, asking for mercy when you have done nothing. Name one thing that you've done on probation that's been asked of you.
I've been doing stipulations to complete my community service. I got
How many community service hours have you done?
Well, I had things in here that they asked me to get a COVID vaccination
No,
shot.
my question is, how many community service?
I believe I want to say 40 of them.
Okay, so you've done community service hours. What else have you done?
The MRT course, I completed that.
Which hasn't helped, because that's the more recognition training, a therapy course. And that's supposed to be teaching you what you should have learned in first grade and kindergarten, that you're supposed to do right by people and follow rules. So that didn't help. So what else have you done?
I don't know, ma'am. I've had a hard time. I've had a hard time.
Yes.
We do have a COVID vaccination.
No. I understand that he did the COVID shot. And I know with regards to COVID, the court was deducting some of the community service hours, not the length of probation or the other conditions.
Understand.
So that's all you've done.
I also was trying to wait for Miss Parker to give me more information about the parenting class. I never received information about if I could.
Well, nobody knows where you're living. You're
This
transient.
was when I was still in Bexar County, man. Like, it's things that we talked about in the office that I was waiting for her to do.
And
I never
Miss
heard
Parker's going to
anything.
address that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Parker.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Parker went through orientation. At orientation, they give him a copy of the classes that he has to take. During his first appointment, he was provided a handout of the classes that he needed to take for parenting. For his probation, he's completed a substance abuse evaluation. And that is about it. We did sign him up for outpatient treatment. However, he could not complete that because he left the county. So that was pretty much an unsuccessful discharge because they're not doing that via Zoom. And I think the counselor was trying to work with it, but it couldn't work that way because they don't do it via Zoom. So as far as his on his felony case, he's only completed I want to say it's the substance abuse evaluation, but the parenting, he has been giving information multiple times on where he can complete that parenting. On that.
Thank you so
Sure.
much.
Mhm.
Can I
All
say
right.
something about that? She supposedly gave me info. Could I get?
Here's the thing,
Okay.
you are putting off what you are responsible for on everybody. Your girlfriend who's in college, who's trying to live her life, it's her responsibility to be on the lease because maybe you can't be on the lease because you're in jail or you have criminal history. I clearly put in here that you were to do parenting classes, which tells me you have children.
Yes, ma'am.
No contact with strip clubs, which tells me there's an issue with you in strip clubs. And I don't know if that's the politically correct. I would say no contact with places where people take off their clothes for money.
And I haven't been in one. ever
All
since
right.
you told me.
Yes. So basically you haven't done what the court has asked for you. I'm going to give you a choice. Sometimes I can give people choices, sometimes I can't. And you're going to be languishing because you have this assault that's out of county court, another county court. It's in another county. Do we know what's happening on that?
No, Judge.
Well, then I can't give you a choice.
Yes.
Yes.
I've talked to the girlfriend who is the victim in the assault case, and she's told me that she does not want to testify.
Oh, and let me ask you, this girlfriend, is this the girlfriend who's in college?
Yes, ma'am. But can I say something, ma'am? That situation, I was protecting myself. That's why she doesn't want to testify.
Well, you all shouldn't be together.
It shouldn't be happening.
All right. I don't even understand that. Again, with regards to you and your girlfriend who's in college, she hasn't even met you yet. She's just been meeting your publicist because nobody knows who you really are. You didn't tell her parents about your entire criminal history. She doesn't know about your entire criminal history. And you're sitting around using marijuana. I don't know if you're using marijuana on campus with her or not, but you're dragging her down because you don't have your life together. And I've given you chance after chance with regards to your address. I do. My mind is a steel trap. I remember the Zoom with you at the hotel room and me telling you, this is what we need from you. And the probation officer is right. They had no duty to pick up the phone and try to call places for you. That was all on you. Probation officers are underpaid and they have hundreds of people that they're supervising. And they can't handhold everybody because you're an adult. It would be different if this is juvenile court or they're dealing with babies. With babies, you got to keep them on task. You're supposed to be on task and you're not. No less than 4 or 5 times I had compliance hearings for you. We addressed the issues with your address and you didn't do what was asked of you. That's a problem. Do you have the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal?
No, I do not.
All right, you need to grab that and have your client sign it. Mr. Parker, I've given you many chances. There's just nothing else that I can do. I've had you before me on numerous occasions where I have tried to solve the issue with your address and you just have not followed through. At some point, there's nothing else that can be done.
I was just-
So,
Sorry, can I say
yes.
something now, please?
Sure.
From the heart. I just really was trying everything I could to get you your address proof. I really was. I just really was having a hard time getting it, man. Like, my last option was to continue to try to do the thing with the hotel and continue for them to tell me they can't, give me proof that was
But
acceptable.
I mean, here's the thing, you've told me that you've been smoking marijuana, so you're just sitting around smoking marijuana. And moving into a dorm or moving onto dorm or college property without the college knowing. There are other people with children at Prairie View. They don't want you on campus, at least not knowing that you're on campus. And I will tell you this, the lease that signed where it's your girlfriend's names that's down and then your name is sort of put in there, but not put in there.
No, mine is
that-
the first one up there, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No, I saw it. But what I'm telling you, that was going to end up causing you problems in the long run. Because your name shouldn't have been on that lease because of your criminal history.
Sorry, ma'am. Can I please let you know? It was like no, ma'am, it wasn't no background history. I had a private land order. I went to the last option I could get. I paid $725 a month.
Mhm.
All bills paid. It was like everything around there was kind of like this last option. I tried my hardest. I saved that money. I called the guy. She didn't help me with that apartment. Only why she's on the lease is because I was locked up. That's why it's the slash up there and he added her because to move in, someone had to sign the lease.
Mhm.
It was just me on the lease. Man, I was trying to get y'all address as fast as possible. I know I didn't do it in a timely manner. ma'am,
No,
I-
it's not timely because we've been trying to get this address since June 2022.
Yes, and then
And now we're in 2023.
yes, ma'am. And then the lady from my other court, she gave me into August 26th to prove her something. I just thought that y'all was in communication. I got him the address before even that court date. I was really just trying to get into an apartment. I wasn't trying to disobey you with just saying, forget her, I'm not gonna get her an address. I just really had a very, very hard time getting the address. And I wasn't trying to keep prolonging like I talked to Mr. Engelke when I was out in Prairie View. I told him, I said, I just went on and called the landlord, saved some money and got me an address. I said, I really was trying, man. It's not like I did it wrong. I know I'm wrong. I went to the drug classes. I was trying. This address situation, it really, it sounds simple, but what I was going through, it just was not simple. I
All right,
can't blame
probation,
anybody.
what is your recommendation? Probation, what's the probation recommendation? All right. All right, the court is finding you guilty. The court will grant the motion. Not grant you community supervision. The court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, showing you what's entitled trial court certification. I'm sorry, counsel. Here you go.
I'm sorry.
Why are you reaching through the wire, counsel? I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
I don't know what it is, no.
Counsel, did you go over the trial court certification of his rights to appeal?
Yes, I explained it to him.
All right, Mr. Parker, you have a limited right to appeal. And that right to appeal is as it relates to the allegations in the motion that you pled true to, not the fact that you are on deferred. Do you understand? All right, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. And also, I'm sorry, there's to be no contact with Tashawn Campbell, Benjamin Covington, Bobby Yanez, Joseph Pullian, Pullin. All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you. both for zooming in on such short notice. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye. LaShawn, thank you for getting them on the Zoom. Who is here? Raymond Alejandro?
Give me 1 second.
Oh, the attorneys, where are they? That's what I'm saying. Raymond Alejandro. Okay.
Attorney said you were gonna take the phone call.
Oh, sure. Yes. Norma on Sierra Castro. Recall that for June 13th. Oh, okay. Hi. Hi, good meeting you. Hey, well, welcome. Come down anytime. Yeah. Hey, is that the Red Raiders? Yeah.
So she's an LSU Tiger, they're very proud of LSU Tiger, so she's had a really good couple of years.
Yes.
But yeah, how are you doing?
Oh, doing great. How are you doing? Well, I'm going to see my mom at the end of June. She's doing good. Yeah. But I always like to go and check in. Yeah. And visit my niece before she starts driving. I'll be like, you were just one. What's going
I
on?
think we have a few more years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my plan. Enjoy the Louisiana heat.
So you're going to be into this one?
Yes. So that'll be great. Oh my gosh, I miss Paris. I need to go there. So my plan is to go there though, but I want to take my mom to Rome and take her to Florence. Yeah, so I want to do it. She's like, I don't know. So I'm gonna have to make sure her passport is up to date. And I'm gonna say, Mom, we're just gonna go. And we'll take the baby with us.
There you go.
And just wear like sundresses or something and drink lemonade. So that's the plan. Well, you got a good attorney to be with.
Very excited.
Awesome.
Known him since he was born. So very
Oh, hey. Well, we should be picking a jury trial either this afternoon. I have no idea. It's family violence, so yeah. But I'm gonna give you a note.
Every day. It's hard because. And just to bring it back.
Yes.
I was a special prosecutor in California last fall in this court. And I was a special prosecutor in almost 4 years.
Yes.
Her mother, judge, the daughter, that I was your favorite prosecutor. And she's,
Yes.
that is like the greatest honor that I've ever had.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
But yeah, and I also do it because a lot of times I'll go to different schools and people think I do something that's not in my purview to do. And so I try to make it as transparent as possible so people will actually know what happens in court every day. Because my mom was shocked. She's like, oh my gosh, you've been on the bench since 9. And so I told somebody, I think it was like 1:32. I said, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And then my mom calls me, you need more than 5 minutes. I'm like, okay. But we always try to make people's job as easy as possible. So the staff and everybody who works in this court, they say, you know what, we'd rather work through lunch and then we don't have to come back in the afternoon. So the only time we really come back is if we're in jury trial. Yeah. So.
We'll get out of your hair.
Oh,
I
thank
see.
you. Well, welcome. Thank you. Nice to meeting you. Come by anytime.
Well, thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. Just give me a moment. So that's June. And then Norma, is that the same for Luttrell? Luttrell Miles. Is that June 18th?
Yeah.
He said on June 8th.
Oh, okay. All right, yes, we'll do June 8th. And why do I have Todd Dotson? Okay. All right, so I'll take you up after I finish with this. All right, Todd Dotson. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Your Honor, as of up until just moments ago, the state has not been able to reach the complainant on this case. The State just reached the complainant. The state will probably need to file a motion for continuance. The complainant says that she's working this week. And since the state has just now made contact with her, she did not know that we were set for trial. And the state has just conveyed that to the defense.
And Judge, we would request you deny the continuance. They don't even have her.
Oh, I don't
subpoenaed.
have, here's the thing.
Okay.
Nobody's before me on a motion for continuance because I don't have a motion for continuance filed. Why is your client not dressed for trial?
Well, that's a good question, Judge, because I personally went on Saturday and dropped clothes off for him.
Judge, this is only a second setting. The only request, third setting and above to
Okay.
be dressed for trial.
All right,
That's
so
why I told him not to have him dressed because it's only
Okay,
a second
so-
setting.
we'll have him brought over tomorrow, dressed for trial.
If not, I can send him to impact next week and he can be number one.
We have impact next week.
Yep, we have impact next week.
All right, give me a date.
I can do June 12th. We can go to impact.
All right, you'll be an impact on June 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And he'll be dressed.
You'll be dressed to order him dressed for trial. Anybody that goes in impact have to be dressed.
All right, who is here on Raina Martinez? Did defense counsel say she didn't, told her client not to show up?
She didn't tell me the address.
All right, could I have some state on Raina Martinez, please? Court is calling 2023 CR 3483, State of Texas versus Raina Martinez. Somebody from the state. All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:26 a.m. The defendant has not made an appearance in court. Deputy Laura, did you announce for Raina Michelle Martinez?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. There was no answer to help me.
All right, state.
State would ask for a bond forfeiture.
All right, the court will issue a judge's warrant and remand her without bond. If she makes an appearance, the court will reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who's here on Raymond Alejandra? All right, where is Alejandra, please? Come forward.
Hello, Your Honor.
So before we go on the record, so is Mr. Allen not here today?
He's not.
All right. So where is he? Still in Alabama?
So I just got off the phone with him. He just landed in Dallas and he's about to hop over to San Antonio. I don't know exactly what time, but he said he anticipated getting here later in the afternoon.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, we're recalling it tomorrow for jury trial.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may, Mr. Allen's also got a special jury selection set on Friday and he's.
In which court?
He's the one who lied to you. I want to double check.
Looks like a 226.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so that's a district court and this is a district court and they're both in Bear County. So he'll be here tomorrow. Ms. Ferguson, can you give him a reset form for tomorrow? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, who's here on Kevin Sean Robinson? Where's your copy?
He's.
Hello, yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. So we appeared today for our first trial setting, and the state is just now telling us that they just had contact with the complaining witness as of yesterday, and that she provided over a police report to the state. That is brand new. We have not seen before this morning. Back in, I believe, January or February, Your Honor, we asked for the discovery of any and all police reports at this specific address, and we were told that none of those existed. And now we're being told that there is a police report that's been provided to them today. And now we would like to go do some investigation to see
What
if
is
there are
this
any-
police report allegedly inculpatory or something else, or it's about the nature of the relationship?
It alleges, yes, it does allege a prior incident between the defendant and the complainant in this case.
Well, if it's requested that that not come in, it's not coming in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So see y'all back at 11.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's here on Edgar Hernandez? Hi, so what's going on?
I've conferred with the state. There's one thing that I've pointed out to the prosecutor that he would like to call the officer in and speak to the officer about. He has indicated that he only needs a week or two, a really short reset to speak to the officer to see if we can clear up an issue in the report.
All right, do y'all want a short recess or do you want me to set it for 30 days? And then if y'all want to come back sooner, you can come back sooner. What are you all requesting?
I would appreciate a short reset.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Edgar Hernandez, can you recall this in 2 weeks? Is that enough time?
That should be enough, Judge.
All right, so we'll come back on June 20th.
Thank you. And because the urgency too is our client has an ICE hold, and so he's been in custody since his arrest without the opportunity to bond out because of the hold.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Norma, is Alexander Politos in custody?
Yes, ma'am. Correct, put it on there.
All right, and has Mac responded?
No, yeah, that's-
Okay. All right, Deputy Laura, can you have Mr. Politos come out?
Excuse me, Judge, because he's, and it's different sounds.
Okay, no problem.
She has like 3 days. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So,
Hernandez.
Anthony White?
Sure. Morning, how are you?
Yes, hi.
Where you're at?
Where's your client?
He's not here, Your Honor. It was set yesterday. I was in jury duty. He wasn't here yesterday. He's not here today.
Okay, we're gonna go on the
Contacted his
record.
Bond company, and they only contacted me.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 3413B, State of Texas versus Anthony White. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
David Cavazos for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Carl Basley, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was originally scheduled on June 5th. The defendant was a no-show. The court had it recalled for today. This hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 10:34 a.m. and the defendant is not present. Deputy Laura, was an announcement made for Mr. White?
Yes, Your Honor, and there was none.
All right, defense, where is your client?
Your Honor, I don't really know. I've contacted the 2 numbers that the bonding company gave me. The actual notice of the court didn't have a number. I've tried both numbers and haven't gotten a response, and they said they haven't had any contact with them recently. I think they told me they got off the bonds too. That's what they told me.
All right,
Excuse me. So I have no idea what you reason.
all right. Excuse me, could you check to see if the bondsman is removed from the bond?
That's
It's
what they just told me about.
2023 CR 3413B.
You want me to check and see if he's removed?
Yes. All right, and state, what are you requesting?
Bond forfeiture.
Right. All right, counsel, if the bondsman is longer on his bond, then the court is going to issue a judge's warrant and remand him without bond. However, if the bondsman is still on the bond, the court is going to issue a bond forfeiture and remand him without bond. If you make contact with your client and he presents himself, the court will reconsider. All right,
That's
is there,
fine, Your Honor. I'm
all right.
just going by what I was told.
Thank you. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further from.
All
the
right,
state.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Affidavit of surety. Oh, yes, no, I apologize.
That's okay.
962, Judge.
Thank you. Norma, can you call Mr. Is Mr. Basil still here? Let me put on my glasses.
Yes, he's right.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, I'm going to take 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Politos, if you can come forward, please. All right, Mr. Politos, what is happening is we're going to have an attorney appointed to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll see if we can get someone here today, but if not, we're going to have to recall you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, in case he can't have an attorney here today, when do you want to recall him? Okay. So we can bring you back on June 22nd if we can't get an attorney for you today. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions about anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right. Larry Berry, if you come forward, please. All right, Mr. Berry, how are you today?
All right, man.
All right, Mr. Berry, are you employed?
Yes, man. I work at Daisy Hotel.
Okay,
And I'm currently going through therapy right now. I was in a car accident.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm currently going through therapy right now. I was in a car accident like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, we're gonna recall your case tomorrow and your attorney will be here tomorrow, okay?
What time? 'Cause I got therapy at 11 o'clock.
All right, let's do this then. So you have therapy tomorrow?
I got 3 times a week. I got to go to therapy 3 times a week.
So your therapy is scheduled for tomorrow?
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, let's recall it for next week. What date? It'll have to be Monday or Tuesday because he has therapy Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. All right, so we're going to bring you back on June 13th and your attorney will be here. If for any reason your attorney is not here, we'll see about a replacement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you'll give him a reset form. All right, on Stacy Powell. Ms. Ferguson, we're gonna call this for tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Thursday.
Asking for tomorrow, it's call. But we can do it Thursday if you want.
All right, let's do it on Thursday. Bianca Sanchez. All right. And who is the state on Sanchez? And where is Bianca Sanchez?
Your Honor, she is a fugitive. She was to accept a PTD in a case and she didn't quite make it. The state refiled the case and she is a post-indictment fugitive. She's already in her previous case posted a $10,000 bond. And we're just asking so she can do a walkthrough instead of being the whole process again. It's the same charge that was in think it was 2021.
All right, Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
on this case, refer to Judge Nahara.
Thank you, Judge.
you. And that's Bianca Sanchez. And is she on the docket today?
No.
Okay. Oops, sorry. And who's the party on Javon Crockett? All right, and can I have the police stamp, please? No problem.
Can you text this?
Oh, we're just waiting for the attorney.
I did text him, Judge. Here, he's ready.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 1121, State of Texas versus Javon Lamar Crockett. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Herrera of the state,
Defense.
Leslie Sahanovich, Mr. Crockett.
Are you Mr. Crockett?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Crockett, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding as to count one, waiving count two.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Crockett, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with assault, family choking, strangulation? And they're charging this as a second because of a previous family violence conviction. So that makes it a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I don't have his application. Did he do an application?
May I approach?
Yes.
Please stand by there.
Did you review the document entitled application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crockett, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count one. They're recommending deferred adjudication. They're taking in consideration County Court Cause number 6972546976688. There's an affirmative finding of family violence and no contact with Kayla, Kayla Verlander, Verlander. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years and there be anger management counseling. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to count one, how do you plead? True or not? I'm sorry, guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State office states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objection.
All right, state, you may continue to confer. Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, we are. Wait, PSI.
All right, why should I accept this plea?
Yeah, Your Honor, I think this is a fair plea based on the evidence for the court, and we have talked to the state about this and that's true.
State, have you spoke to the complainant?
We made multiple attempts to speak with the complainant. We've been unsuccessful in those attempts. There is certain facts from the case that you know would prevent us from overcoming our burden to even be without her.
All right. All right. Court's going to sentence you to 8 years deferred adjudication. Taking consideration County Court Cause number 6972546976688. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Kayla Verlander. There's to be a TAP evaluation while in custody. Follow all TAP recommendations. The BIPP course. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. We're going to do the UA hotline. Upon release. Until further notice. Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am. They're 26 and 23. They're both married.
All right, 200 hours of community service restitution. Do you have a place to stay if you're released from
Yes,
custody?
ma'am.
And would you be staying with?
I would stay with my house, in my house.
All right, anyone else lives there?
My mother.
All right, so is that your house or is
Yes,
your
ma'am.
mom's
We both
house?
stay, I stay on one side of the house. He stays on the other side of the house.
All right, does your mom want you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you asked her?
We lived together for over 30 years now.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no, you have not asked her. Sometimes.
No,
the
I
children-
haven't. I mean, I wouldn't have to ask her because I live there. I mean, we've been living together for 30 years, so.
So you own the home?
So yes, ma'am, we own our house.
Okay. We're gonna do field visits one time per month. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. No employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court?
I don't know.
All right. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to make changes in your life. You're gonna have to stop using drugs. And when you are ever in a relationship and you feel the need to express yourself violently, you shouldn't be in that relationship. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. It's sliding off the side. See, that is why that glass was there. Oh, Norma, what's the status on the jury? Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, I'm hoping that felony court will pick him up and decide whatever they want to do. But I think I just said partial GPS for work. Okay, so work releases. Oh, no, just tell them. So his curfew is his work hours. Okay. So I'll put that on. All right, thank you. But just let him know he's only allowed to work while I'm. So, all right, thanks. Has Leslie, oh, he's still here. And Norma, we need Lindsay Jackson here, or Jackson Lindsay. Okay, all right, thank you. They have jury trial here, yeah. Hello. Hi. All right, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Go back out.
Let's hold him till 11:30.
I was asking for what was upstairs.
Yeah, what are your plans out?
That's what I thought. Stanley. Sir. Hang on a second. Police. Hold on.
Just approach.
Yes.
There are a lot of people in the box. And my client absconded from the last court date.
I'm sorry, cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. There are a lot of folks in the box right now. My client absconded from the last court date, so she's in custody right now.
Yes.
I'm gonna see if we can put her on recall for tomorrow.
No.
No, okay. I just want to wait it out.
All
We're
right.
gonna start at jury trial, so I didn't want to,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to get her recall today, so.
All right, thank you. Deputy Laura. Deputy Laura. Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, you know.
Since when? I was thinking this is least, I just flipped it, it's definition of lease. Yeah. Flip lease. Good, may I approach?
Yes. All right, can I see the file on Stephen Miles? State on these cases, who is where's Mr. Miles?
He's right there, you know.
Come forward. Who is the missing witness?
And it is complaining witnesses on both cases. We've made multiple attempts to have the parents of the children served, and none of those attempts have been successful.
All right. I don't feel inclined to sign a motion to dismiss for a missing witness on indecency with a child exposure. And it's because the mom doesn't want to bring the child in. How old is the child?
They are 14 years old.
So what is the relationship of the parent who won't bring the child in to the defendant?
The mother was in a relationship with him.
Yeah, I'm not signing this. Unless somebody can tell me that this child is safe. I mean, we have a 14-year-old, it's two indecencies. Indecency with a child exposure.
Yes, Your Honor. We've tried to make contact with the mother. We've tried to serve her through our investigators in our office, and all of our attempts to have any type of contact with the mother of the complaining witnesses have been unsuccessful.
Okay, I don't see why I should sign this. I mean, if y'all want to put on the record what you've done, then the court will hear that. All right, court is calling 2021 CR 11567 and 2021 CR 11568, State of Texas versus Stephen Ray Miles. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Rivera for the state.
Defense.
Marshall D. White, we're ready for trial, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and state you filed a motion to dismiss.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
Your Honor, on both cases, we're following grounds that we are missing complaining witnesses in both.
All right, and what have you done to secure the complaining witness?
Your Honor, we've made multiple attempts to contact the complaining witness at multiple phone numbers that have been turned over to us by our investigators and by multiple emails that have come back to the mother of the complaining witnesses. We have made attempts to serve the complainants or the complaining witnesses' mothers through our investigators' office, and each of those attempts has been unsuccessful. We've made contact with the family members, to be specific, the father of the complaining witness's mother, so the grandfather of the complaining witnesses, and who has attempted to have the mother contact us. We have not heard back from the complaining witness's mother. And further, that grandfather does not live at the same address with the complaining witnesses. He does not have custody of the children, so any attempts to subpoena him would not produce the children either way. But through all of those attempts, Your Honor, we haven't had no contact with the complaining witnesses or their mother.
All right, and this is the alleged biological father of the complainant?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
All right, so has there been contact made with the biological father of the child?
Yes, Your Honor, and currently the biological father and the biological mother are going through a custody battle, and have the father has been referred to CPS. He does not live with the children and has not had contact with the children or the children's mother.
All right, Mr. Villarreal. Welcome back to the 187th. Are you aware of this dismissal that's being sought? Would you like to confer with Mr. Herrera?
I think the judge previously conferred with Marina on this. Stephen Miles' case. I know that the state has done its due diligence in seeking out this child, and we have been able to locate the child. Even during my time here within this court, having been assigned this case, we diligently looked for the child and were unable to locate them, because obviously we were preparing for trial and attempting to meet with the child or children in these cases, to meet with them to prepare for trial, and we're able to do so.
Okay, thank you. All right, the court has, is there anything else from either party?
Nothing further.
Respectfully, Judge, we like the court to grant some motions, suspect motions to dismiss.
All right, everyone just have a seat and the court will consider whether or not to sign the dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say about that. As well.
Right.
Laura Ashby. All right, today is the plea deadline date. What is happening?
Your Honor, the state made an offer of 6 years deferred adjudication.
Okay, I don't want to know what the offer is, counsel. That's supposed to be confidential.
Um,
So today is her plea deadline date. Either she's accepting the offer or not. If she chooses not to accept the offer, then she's going to jury trial.
That's correct. We like,
And we're going to give her a jury trial date.
yes, we like a jury trial date, please.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. How long will this take?
Probably a day, day and a half, Judge.
Okay.
Come back on,
And it's one day, they're telling me.
I can either do next week or July 18th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Next week or July 18th?
18, I have a vacation letter in for that time.
All right, we'll see you next week.
Okay.
right. What date next week?
And
Ms.
next
Burke?
week I have one in as well. Go up to the 16th and then I'll be back on the 19th or the 20th. You guys want to do that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And I'm good all the way to the first 2 weeks of July. Do that.
All right, Norma, can you put them in July?
No, I can do July 5th.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you back on July 5th for your jury trial. You'll get a reset form and then you're excused.
Go have a seat. Then. You'll take the team. There's too many people here in the area. That's me.
All right, Sarah Martinez Gallegos.
Sarah.
Good morning. Court is calling 2023 CR 4878W, State of Texas versus Sarah M. Martinez Gallegos. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Good morning, Judge. Dirk Ashfall from Ms. Martinez Gallegos, and we are ready to proceed.
Are you Miss Martinez Gallegos?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have your honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Gallegos, I'm going to show you a document entitled Waiver of Indictment, Reading of Information and Rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to have a grand jury hear the evidence in this case? Your attorney has a right from 2 days from the presentation of the information and 10 days from the presentation of the information to prepare for jury trial. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes,
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Ma'am.
Counsel, I'm sorry. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled Information. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the information?
Yes, Judge.
All right, and is this possession of,
Fraudulent use of possession, Judge.
okay, of identifying information?
Yes, less than 5.
All right. Did you understand the document entitled Court Admonishments? And did you review it with your attorney? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand you're charged with fraudulent use or possession of identifying information less than 5? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
I did.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, court could find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the prison and up to, 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do, Judge.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived a right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea, there's a $250 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration JN 2123258. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours community service restitution, and the AIDS awareness course. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty?
No contest.
No contest? State any evidence?
State offers states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objection.
You may be excused. Did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, I'd just like to let the court know that my client just recently found out her dad passed, and so she is a little emotional this morning, but I think there's maybe an opportunity for her to turn her life around, and we just ask that the court follow that agreement, Judge.
All right. So how often are you using drugs?
For the past month, I haven't.
I'm sorry, what?
For the past month, I haven't.
Isn't that because you've been at the Bexar County
Yes.
Jail? So before you went to the Bexar County Jail, how often were you using drugs, and what were you?
Every
using?
day for about 2 years.
Every day, and what were you using?
Heroin.
Do you have any children?
I do, but they're all grown up.
All right, what are their ages?
21, 22, 18, and 17.
All right, so who does the 17-year-old and 18-year-old live with?
They're dead.
All right, have you had employment at all?
Not since I moved from Colorado the last time,
When's the last time you had employment?
3 years ago.
And what were you doing?
Taking care of my mom.
I'm sorry, what?
Taking care of my mom. I was a care provider.
Oh, okay. And yeah, you're not going to be allowed to be a health care provider anymore. You understand?
I do.
How far did you go in school?
I got a GD.
All right. So what are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
I'm not sure yet.
How old are you?
I'm 40.
All right. It's time for you to figure that out. You understand?
I do.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. Is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I would just say, Judge, that you asked, that you follow the plea agreement, Judge, and, give her the opportunity to maybe get some help and, turn her life in.
All right, 4 years deferred adjudication, $250 fine that'll be probated. Take in consideration JN 2123258. Do you have any violent history in your past? All right, we're gonna do a referral to Esperanza Court. If they don't accept her, then it'll be felony drug court. That's gonna be while in custody. And I'm gonna want a TAP evaluation in custody. And if she's not accepted in Esperanza Court or felony drug court, then follow TAP recommendations. 100 hours of community service restitution. They want you to have the AIDS awareness course. They do have treatment for AIDS now, but they have something called super gonorrhea that there is no treatment. So no amount of penicillin will help you with that. So is there something for like STDs in general? You're gonna have to start, yes? All right, you're gonna have to start taking care of your body, you understand? Yes, ma'am. All right, proof of employment. Within 45 days of release, there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. I'm gonna want field visits 1 time per month until further notice. Regular reporting. And the UA hotline. Probation, is there anything else she needs?
So for the, for the ed course, STD course.
Yes. All right, you need to take that course. You're putting your life in danger whenever, 1, you're using needles, and 2, if you're engaging in prostitution. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Yes, ma'am. Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Yes. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? No. All right, so here's the thing. To be successful on probation out of this court, communication is key. If there's an issue, talk it over with probation. If you feel like probation isn't addressing that, then come back to the court. We're here Monday through Friday, okay? I understand. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Romero? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. It's good seeing you, Judge.
You too.
Take care.
All right, are you coming back?
I have not heard any word of any movement from.
Are you still in, are you in intake?
Yes, they are on today.
Okay.
It's just got brought to my attention, so Brittany was out, I was like, let me just go take it.
Oh, thank you. All right, why do I have the file on Stephen Ward?
Oh, I'm sorry, you said Ward?
Yes, I don't know why I have this file.
Yeah, Jason Gosker.
Yes.
I just wanted to inform the court that that we got hired on this 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
There are some outstanding discovery, no ads and some other things. And
Yep,
so,
we're scheduled for jury trial today, so I'll see y'all back at 1:30.
well,
Thank you.
Your Honor, we don't have the discovery, we can't be effective.
Well, here's the thing. This was set for jury trial. Your client knew it was set for jury trial. And everybody who gets hired on cases, they need to know when things are set for jury trial, it's set for jury trial. This case has been pending since September of 2022.
I understand, Your Honor. I just, I cannot make myself effective by 1:30 this afternoon.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. See y'all at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You gotta be breaking. 12:30. 12:30. Yeah, 12:30. All right, who's here on Jacob Garcia?
I'm present, Your Honor.
Thank
Jason
you.
Goss.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 16154. State of Texas versus Jacob Garcia. Again, that's 2022 CR 6154. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Thanks to the state of Texas.
Defense?
Jason Goss for Mr. Garcia.
Are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Did.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. I will point out that there's an amendment to the.
Yeah, there's a step to this. So are you waiving the reading of the indictment?
Yes, sir.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, the state moves to make a motion to the indictment, or make an amendment to the indictment.
All right. Defense, have you ever chance to review the state's amendment?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, what are you amending in the indictment?
Your Honor, the state moves to amend the indictment to add a count two. Count one will remain as is, but the count two will be for stalking. And it's laid out in the motion to amend, and then at that point, the state would further move to amend to proceed only on count two.
All right, so you're doing a count two stalking,
Yes, Your Honor.
and that doesn't even exist anywhere in the indictment.
That is correct.
Well, Your Honor, it does. If you'll see count two, the first paragraph of count two.
No, I mean, the original indictment.
It uses.
So you're creating a new charge.
Yes, Your Honor. We have no objection to that. And we waive any indictment by the grand jury.
Just a second. All right, so if somebody can bring me some case law, but and I'll do some research very quickly on my own, but I don't think, even if they are waiving, I don't think you can create a whole new charge in felony court and say, you know, we're doing this entire new indictment without an indictment, and it's nowhere in any of the indictments that's been filed. There's no way to get a lesser included of stalking out of it. And everybody's just doing an entirely different indictment. I understand there's some ways to do this when it is an information, but I don't see how you get stalking when the indictment doesn't have anything to do with stalking at all. The indictment is all sexual assault. So is there some case law for me that
Well,
somebody has?
Your Honor, I believe what the case law says ultimately is when the defendant gets the benefit of the bargain and has no objection, then he has no right to appeal or to object later on. However, if the court saw the indictment amendment as an information, and this was looked at by the court as a waiver file or a waiver case, As the court knows, it's common for the defendant to do a waiver with, as you said, the information.
No, I understand that with the information. I understand what you mean with the benefit of the bargain, but the benefit in the bargain does not apply in every case. So just give me a moment. I'm going to do some research very quickly. So if y'all have a seat and I'll see if this can be done.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, the complainant in this case, was asking if, the sentencing could happen tomorrow so that she could be
Okay.
present for a victim
Sure.
impact. I just wanted to make the court aware.
All right, thank you. And let me just look at some case law. Let me see the parties back on Jacob Garcia.
Stepped out, did you meet him?
Yes.
She stepped out for just a second.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right, as soon as the court reporter comes back, we'll take this up.
Would you like me to sit back down?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Can I see the parties on Jacob Garcia? All right, we're back on the record in 2022 CR 6154. States you're requesting to amend the indictment
Yes,
and you're requesting to amend it to stalking,
yes, sir.
and defense, you have no objections?
We have no objection.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you are under oath and the clerk previously swore you in. You understand that this amendment to the indictment is a completely separate charge?
Your Honor.
And you understand that your counsel has 10 days to prepare for trial since this is completely separate charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, knowing that, do you still wish to proceed? All right, and do you understand I'm sorry, one other thing I want to put on the record. You are waiving your right for your attorneys 10 days to prepare?
Yes.
Okay. And you are waiving the right of ineffective assistance of counsel by entering this plea? All right. Is there anything else? The court will grant the motion. Is there anything else that either side wishes to place on the record?
For the record, the state will move to only proceed on count 2.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand with the amendment, the state is proceeding on the offense of stalking? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on count 2. They're recommending deferred adjudication, and they're recommending an affirmative finding of family violence.
Yes,
Do you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition? Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
I can't. Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Well, none ruled upon.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 4 years. There be 150 hours community service restitution and no contact with the complainant. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to count 2 of the amended indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No.
State any evidence?
State offers State's Exhibit 1 and it's attachments.
Any objections? Mr. Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after viewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. And when will the person be available?
Tomorrow.
All right. We'll come back on June 8th for sentencing. Tomorrow. I'm sorry, the 7th. We'll come back tomorrow for sentencing on the 7th.
What time you're with?
9. All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Who's here on Ramirez, Laura? Who's the attorney on Ramirez, Laura? All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 2284, State of Texas versus Emmanuel Ramirez, Laura. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state.
Defense?
Leslie Salonovich for the defense.
Are you Mr. Laura?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lahr, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and of Affidavit and of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of burglary of a habitation force? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Laura, has anyone threatened you, forced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine, no applications. The state will take in consideration county court cause number 6999954. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
All responsibles.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, I submit State's Exhibit 1 and the attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Here.
All right, is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Laura, how old are you?
23.
All right, why are you breaking into apartments and using your fist to break glass?
I was high on this. I was high on a drug, and I made a mistake, and I'm meant to accept my mistakes
How long you been using drugs?
since I was 12.
And what's your drug of choice?
Weed and meth,
Okay, how often are you using meth?
every once in a while, not every day though. I smoke weed every day though.
All right, what's his criminal history?
He has a misdemeanor, I think.
Yes, Judge, the only criminal history in Bear County is this offense and the misdemeanor criminal history, Judge.
All right, does he has out of county criminal history or out of state? Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
what is it?
2 burglaries.
All right. All right, you're gonna have to do better, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for being honest with me about your past, okay?
Yes,
Because you could have said, oh, I don't have anything. So I appreciate your honesty.
thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sentence you to 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money run concurrent. Taking consideration county court cause number 6999954. If you want, I can recommend the therapeutic community that will sort of try to help you with your drug issues. Whether or not you're in the program is completely up to them. I can't force them to put you in the program, but you're gonna have to ask for it. Would you like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna request the therapeutic community. And if for some reason they don't let you into the program, make sure that you still get help. There are plenty of programs here in San Antonio that are free for people who have drug issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, you may end up getting a bad batch, which means you may overdose and die, or you're gonna end up in and out of prison, and you're gonna look up and half of your life is gonna be gone. You're still young. There's still plenty of things you can do to turn your life around.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
besides, when you use drugs every day, you're really damaging your body. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal.
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Do you have any children?
I'm real pregnant right now.
All right, so here's the thing. You're gonna have to get your life in order, because I don't know if your girlfriend, is she using drugs too?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you want to be the type of parent that your child can look up to, you're gonna have to get off the drugs, you're gonna have to get a job and be somebody that they can be proud of. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're gonna have to do better. And if you don't want to do better or you can't do better, then do not be in your child's life because you'll be disappointing them. And that hurts when a parent tells a child they're gonna change and then they don't.
I know how it is as a child, because I lost my 2-year-old.
All right, so you got to do better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome. State here. You're welcome. Can I see the file on Roberto Gonzalez? Norma, this case, Roberto Gonzalez is supposed to be called on June 8th.
Okay.
Dinah. Yeah. Deputy Laura. Okay. All right. Yes, so.
I have a simple request.
All right. Yes, what is the request? I don't know whether it's simple or not.
Oh.
Is it complex?
Oh, very simple. I think it's 1, 2.
Is this the day I'm supposed to be at the post office?
It's only 5 letters. The first one starts with R, the last one starts with a P. Read, reset. We've been, this is a chapter, I've been conversing with the state on it.
All right, Mr. Garehand? All right, so everyone in the box, excuse me, people in the box. There is to be no talking to each other. If your attorney is not there, you're not to be talking. And I don't understand why inmates are trying to pick up each other in the box. If everybody's in the same situation, you can't lift anyone up. This is not a dating game. You're not here to pick up dates. Now, what will happen if you're talking in the box, you're going to get sent back. And when you get sent back, the next time we will see you will be for your jury trial. And I guarantee you, everybody over in that box who's trying to pick up somebody for a date, guess what? They got a wife or girlfriend at home. The girlfriend got a husband or a boyfriend at home. And then when you come out of jail and you want to go to their house and try to date them, there's going to be some issues. So do not try to pick up anybody while you're in the 187 District Court. This is not the dating game. It's not allowed. Hi. Yes. All right, so where are we on this case? And I know it's a capital, so.
Yes, but we're very close, I believe. I don't have access to our get out of lunch. I did try, I ran up.
So when do y'all want this call back?
I really talked to about that.
Okay, so.
I just want to get to see if they.
So Jason Cornelius, he wants 30 or 45 days. He always starts with like, if I can have a year. And then, so I'm coming to you. How much time?
I've been for a couple of weeks so that I could go and ask, and actually, if they agree, bring them back.
All right, so you want a couple of weeks. He wants a year. So 3 weeks. Norma, Mr. Sanchez, can I have 3 weeks? All right, July 6th. All right. Oh, that is so true. Norma, he's not going to be here. So look at that. Mr. Cox is pushing for his month that he may end up getting. 13.
I'll be here.
All right, so we're going to recall it for, that's a Thursday. Or if you all want, Wednesday is the 12th is usually when we have in jury trial. But if something were to happen on Wednesday, that would mean that you would have to be here exactly at 9. Okay.
Oh, it's a Thursday. It's Thursday.
No, disposition. Yeah. All right, so we'll see you back on July 13th. At least it's not a Friday. But you know what's worse than Friday the 13th? Saturday the 14th. Did you ever see that movie? It's called Saturday the 14th.
Can't see that.
You have to see that.
Already.
All right. Marisol Rubio, what's happening on that case, Mr. Finch? Okay. Oh, no, thank you. So that's going to be a plea. Cirio Castro, Ms. Ferguson, where's Orlando Castano?
He talked to you, remember he approached your judge, and
Oh.
was gonna be on vacation.
Do we have the file?
We should have it. Let me,
All right, Rodney Scantlin. All right, court is calling 2023. June 13th. Court is calling 2023 CR 3484, State of Texas versus Rodney Shane Scantlin. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins to the stage.
Defense?
Joseph Appel to the defense.
And are you Mr. Scantlin?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Scantlin, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor,
Yes,
our intention is to,
but you're proceeding on the indictment as presented, correct?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Scantlin, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days in the state jail facility and up to a 2-year sentence and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea
yes.
bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
That I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Scantlin, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 151 days in the Bexar County Jail under 12.44 of the Penal Code, and there are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand that paragraph and did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There are none, Your Honor.
Then to the offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, I submit State's Exhibit 1 in the attachments.
All right, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Scantlin, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
With permission of the court, yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, Mr. Stanton is here, knows he did wrong, and he's taken responsibility for it by his plea of guilty, and he asks you to respectfully accept the plea bargain and follow the plea bargain.
All right, the court will then, as previously stated, find you guilty, sentence you to 151 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244 and give you credit for any time served. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
I'm 35, ma'am.
You've got to stop stealing. I read in the report where this is not the first time that you have a theft of a vehicle. At the end of the day, these are all just material things. And the question for you is, do you want to spend the majority of your life going to the jail, going to prison because you're taking a vehicle that doesn't belong to you? So sit in your cell and think about that. Think about the fresh air that you could have been enjoying, the fact that you could have been going to a grocery store or sitting in the park and enjoying life, but you chose to steal instead.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't waste your life, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Norma, where's Brenda Levinstein? All right. All right, so we'll be on the 8th. Levon Cabot. Court is calling 2023 CR 2164, State of Texas versus Levon Nicole Cabot. Could our parties announce for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense,
Carl Basil, Your Honor.
are you Miss Cabot?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Cabot, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, we're going to waive the repeater enhancement application.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, she has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, she does, Your Honor, in my opinion.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
In my opinion, she was, Your Honor.
Ms. Cabot, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm sorry, are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon and no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
State overstates exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No
Any
objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am, I understood.
Right. Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understood.
All right. And the person who's listed in the documents as the suspect is Levon Nicole, last name Lisumbu. Is that you?
No. Well, yes, my maiden name.
All right. So that is your maiden name?
Yes.
And you are that person who's listed in the police report?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, just to ask court to follow the plea bargain, like it's been worked out for us in the state, and the client's asking the court to follow that. And of course, give her credit for all the time she served.
All right, Ms. Cabot, what is going on with your life? Are you going to change?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are you going to do to change?
I'm gonna stay away from people who try and attack me. Well,
Okay.
actually, really, that was a non-avoidable situation because we can't predict what's going to happen. However, I do have plans on continuing on with my own cleaning business and being a productive member of society as well as a productive mother to my children.
All right, do you have family support?
I have a very good, strong family support system.
Okay, who's your support system?
I'm the youngest of 9 kids, so my 8 siblings
Okay.
and my dad. My mother passed away 2 years ago, so
I'm sorry to hear that.
nieces, nephews, all that, I have that support.
Okay, how old are you?
32.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna follow your agreement, sentence you to 6 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. I'll give you credit for any time served. Going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better. Otherwise, you've heard what I've told everybody else. You're gonna end up in and out of jail or in and out of prison, and you don't want that, right?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. John.
Yes. All right, Norma. So Brenda Livingston is for the 8th. And what is Patricia Lopez? That's McCray, Leland McCray, and Suzanne Cray. Yes. Where's her attorney? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, Leland, what is happening with Miss Lopez?
Please wait for us for the paperwork.
All right, I'll just have a seat, miss. All right, and then Jorge Diaz with,
Diego Gonzalez said they just recently got hired, and he was in Gonzales County, and I told him that he didn't show up because they were separate.
yes. So his client needs to be back here at 1:30.
Yes. 1:30, sir. At 1:30, just come back. at 1:30.
All right, and then Michael Collins is here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then Ornufo Ortiz on Hernandez.
Let me check.
And then Adam LaHood, you're here on Vernon Dixon.
Yes, Your Honor. I anticipate we'll get a plea offer today.
Okay.
Assuming, one check. 35, okay, so I need to know. Yeah.
It does.
Well, I guess we'll be back up at the end of-
And this is an appointment, right? Let me find this 1 second. All right, contact Matt because his client is in custody. I don't know if his client wants to wait that long. Can I see the file? Oops.
Oh, these came out, for the disc.
All right, when do you want to recall this? But I want you to contact Matt.
Good deal.
Okay. Yes, what date? Yes, we'll put it on July 5th. No, not yes, July 5th. Sorry. Yes, I've already done this, yeah, that's okay. Deputy Laura, can you let Mr. Henderson know that his attorney has a vacation letter on file? So we'll be back on July 5th. Yes.
He's right here. He said that she needs still needs to get processed.
Marisol Rubio.
I'm waiting for my attorney to step down. I already called him, Judge. I'm hoping that he's come back. It's not a kind of one.
Humberto Chavez. All right, come forward. Court is calling 2022 CR 2517, State of Texas versus Humberto Chavez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state.
Defense?
Michael Collins, attorney for defendant, present.
Are you Mr. Chavez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Chavez, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor.
Mr. Chavez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Mr. Chavez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
And Judge,
Yes, Your Honor.
We have one correction.
there is
Yes.
one correction. I did write GC instead of state jail facility.
Okay.
In the three. I just wanted to point that out to the court.
All right. Any objection to the court correcting that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the state jail facility. There's $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision. There's no application for deferred. The state will take in consideration 2022 CR 5309. There's restitution of $57 to the lab for testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes,
And
Your
did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargaining agreement. State is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours of community service restitution, and no contact with any A2B in Bear County, Texas. And there's CATS 1 and 2. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence?
State offer state exhibit 1 in all attachments.
I've reviewed that with my client, Your Honor. We have no objection.
Thank you. Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Respectfully, yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
spoke with my client, Your Honor, and to his current situation, and he is living with his girlfriend, so he has a place to reside. He also has a job of construction waiting for him.
All right. Do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
Does your girlfriend have any children?
No, Your Honor.
How old are you?
I'm 47, Your Honor.
So how long have you been using meth?
For about 3 years.
Is the last time you stopped using has been since you've been in custody?
No, Your Honor.
When's the last time you used?
Been about maybe 7 months.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility, suspended and probated for 3 years. $1,000 fine, probated. Taking consideration 2022 CR 5309. $57 for laboratory testing. There's to be no contact with HEB in Bear County. I don't know if they still have Handy Andy's, but I know there are other places that you're gonna have to shop for groceries. You understand?
Yes, Your
Honor. Cats 1 and 2. Cats 1 and 2 is telling you not to steal.
Got it.
Okay. 150 hours of community service restitution, regular reporting, regular UAs. I'm going to want 90 sober meetings in 90 days. TAP evaluation. That can be done out of custody. And we'll start with supportive outpatient treatment. And I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month for 3 months. And if that could be random. Probation, is there anything else he needs? I'm sorry, proof of employment. And there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And you're going to need to provide proof of employment within 30 days of release.
Yes, Your Honor.
Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. So what's happening with your eye?
Actually, Your Honor, I'm not really sure. I just started growing like about 2 months ago, and I need to go get it checked out.
All right, I'm not a medical doctor, but your first step should be to go get that checked out. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if it only started going recently and it's gotten that big, yeah, you need to take care of it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
For clarification, Your Honor, did you say that the length of probation would be 3 years rather than 2?
Yes. All right, thank you. Good luck to you. All right, Marisol Rubio.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2020 CR 1316, State of Texas versus Marisol Rubio. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Travis Banks, State of Texas.
Defense?
Matthew Smith Rubio, Your Honor.
Are you Marisol Rubio?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I think while you were gone, your client was trying to date people in the box.
I was here whenever you admonished everybody in
Okay.
the box.
All right,
Your
thank
Honor, I waived the talk.
All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. All right, Ms. Rubio, I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do waive, Your Honor.
And probation, there's no application.
Thank you.
That is correct.
All right. Ms. Rubio, I'm sorry, state, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, the state will just be proceeding on count
One.
on count 1.
Any objection to the waiver?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Rubio, I'm going to show you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand in count 2, you're charged with the offense of stalking? That's a 3rd-degree felony.
Yes, Your
Range of
Honor.
punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
You said count two, judges count one.
I'm sorry.
So I want to
Thank
clarify
you.
that, yes.
It's count 1 stalking. Did you understand the range of punishment?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you enter plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you, counsel, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
She does.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Ms. Rubio, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, no.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed in count 1 at 2 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine. There are no applications. The state will take in consideration the following county court cause numbers. 644, 503, 501, 507, 500. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. And you're to receive credit for time served on Williamson County case number 210112K26 and Travis County case D1DC213000636. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Defense is at the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State is at the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
And defense, you'll need to give the clerks that time from those counties.
Okay, Judge, I will do that.
All right.
And maybe it might be better to say it when concurrent, Judge. I don't know.
Well, I'm just
No,
going by what you all say.
I know, Judge, but I want to be, she was serving time in TDC on cases outside of this county and she only has 18 days here. I want to just make sure that that is reflected in the judge.
All right, so it's saying credit for any time served in those counties. So you all will need to give those numbers to the clerk because they won't have them because they're out of county.
Okay, Judge.
All right.
Well, TDC will have those because she did TDC, but I'll get with.
Okay, all right, thank you. State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, my client is ready to get home. She has accepted responsibility for this case. We ask that you follow the plea bargain and we'll sort out the credit that she gets this afternoon.
All right, the court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's $1,000 fine, money and time to run concurrent. Taking consideration, County Court Cause number 644-503, 501, 507, 500. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Fernando Lopez, and give you credit for time served. And the following cause numbers from Williamson County. That is cause number 210112K26. And Travis County, the cause number is D1DC213000636. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing from either side?
Nothing further finished, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. This is the first time that I've ever had to say this to a female in a court. He doesn't want you anymore. Stay away from him. How old are you?
27.
You're 27. You're not a teenage girl with stars in your eyes. Fernando does not want you anymore.
Okay.
Do not call him. Do not contact him. Do not go by where he is. Don't be Vesta Williams showing up to the church saying, congratulations, I thought it would have been me. No, it's over. You understand? All right. Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Patricia Lopez.
Not at all. Here's everything.
All right, probation, there's no application. Court is calling 2022 CR 11172, State of Texas versus Patricia Ann Lopez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Gearhead, Your Honor.
Defense,
The Cranberry Ms. Lopez to my left.
are you Ms. Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, I received and I did review my client.
All right, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Lopez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving count 1 and the enhancement paragraphs, proceed on count 2 alone.
Any objection? All right, Ms. Lopez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Very much. So.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense? Ms. Lopez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 2. Punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. They will take in consideration 2022 CR 11230. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions? Then to the offenses charged in count 2, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number 1 with all this attached.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, it was all back down, please, Judge.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No other reports, please accept the plea deal.
All right, the court will sentence you to 4 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration 2022 CR 11230. Going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
Your Honor.
All right, you're gonna have to make some changes in your life. Otherwise, you're gonna spend the majority of your life in somebody's prison. You and I think I'm older than you, but I'm in the twilight of my life. I have more of my life behind me than in front of me. You are in the same boat that I'm in, unless you're planning on living to be in like 120 something. Now, I don't mind living that age as long as I'm retired and I still have my health and am independent. But otherwise, you're wasting your life. And when you're wasting your life, you're destroying other people's life because of what you're doing. You understand?
Sure.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Yes, sure.
You're welcome. Jose Romero? Yes.
We would request a recess. We received our first plea offer today.
Okay.
ADA Wilkins, and we just got our evaluation.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, can we give them, what, are you asking for 45 or?
30 days.
All right, 30 days, please, on Romero.
July 6th.
All right, July 6th. All right, thank you. All right, Vernon Dixon. Yes.
Yes, sir. We just received our plea offer today.
Okay.
In this case, I anticipate we're likely going to end up in trial on this, but we'll keep talking and negotiating as always and see.
All right, Ms. Dixon, come on, Mr. Dixon, come on down. Well, if you speak it into being, it will be. So I guess you all were going to be on trial.
You never know.
All right. So, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, ma'am.
My understanding, an offer was tendered, so I always give a plea deadline date in this court, so you can have more time to discuss it with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
And because of the nature of the case, I will give you 30 days. Is everyone okay with the 30-day reset?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, for a plea deadline date on Mr. Dixon for 30 days? Yeah. Are you all both okay with July 13th?
Yes, sir. I will be leaving town shortly thereafter, so I don't know when we expect to start trial, but I'll definitely be.
Oh,
on
no,
the
this
13th.
is just a plea deadline date.
Perfect, not a problem.
Okay. I don't want you to miss your flight because it's something that's happening here. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay.
Thanks here on Aaron Solis.
Be excused, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Manny Rodriguez,
Good to see you, Judge.
good to see you too.
It's been quite a day.
Ah, so you have another court to be in?
I've been to all of them already.
Can you wait for a second after I finish? Or thank you. All right, court is calling 2023 CR 3227A, State of Texas versus Aaron Solis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense,
Joseph Appel for the defense.
are you Mr. Solis?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Probation, there's no application. Mr. Solis, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Solis, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with theft under $2,500 enhanced? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe so, Judge.
Mr. Solis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 8 months in the state jail facility. There are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There have not been any such motions, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? All right, he circled guilty in the paperwork.
That's correct. We discussed that.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you want to plead no contest, that's
No,
fine. I have to
I'm
go.
pretty guilty.
All right,
I would have to explain some other things for you.
My mind was distracted for a second.
no problem. So are you freely and voluntarily entering your plea?
Yes.
And what is your plea?
Okay, guilty.
All right, state any evidence
Your Honor, I submit State's Exhibit 1 in the attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
showing you what's entitled waiving and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
With permission of the court, Your Honor, yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Mr. Solis does have family here, Your Honor. He does have the capability of being employed. He does also have some issues psychologically. He's been under the care of the Center for Healthcare Services for some time.
But he does ask you to respectfully follow the plea bargain and assess the 8 months and give him credit for his time served, which is 136 days.
All right. Then the court will find you guilty as previously stated. The court will sentence you to 8 months in the state jail facility and give you credit for any time served. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
31.
All right, you're 31. You got to stop stealing. And you got to stop hanging around with people who steal. Because otherwise, you're going to be in prison a lot. And you're going to get to the point where you're going to be a habitual. And depending on the level of the offense that you come back with, if you're habitual in Texas, that's a minimum of 25 years. And on some cases with the habitual, you're looking at 20 years in prison. I don't know anybody who wants to be sitting at the prison for 20 years for stealing a shirt. So you're going to have to change. Is your mom still alive, mom and dad?
I'm still alive, dad's still alive. Yeah.
And does your mom love you?
Where's she?
Yeah. I mean, you say that, but you're breaking her heart by what you're doing. No mother wants to go see their child at the prison. So stop breaking her heart, okay? All right. Good luck to you, all right?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Honor, I be excused.
You may be excused. All right, so we're going to be back at 9 tomorrow, but we're going to be back here at 1:30. But 9 tomorrow, but everybody else has to come back at 1:30.
Which one?
People are like, what do we mean? What am I talking about? So we're going to do jury selection tomorrow at 9 a.m. So all of the attorneys and everything, if you'll be back at, if you're back here before 1:30, Mr. Gross, if you'll come forward with your client. Can I see?
Sorry, Judge, I couldn't.
Who's your client?
Montoya.
Could I see the file on Montoya? Counsel on Montoya, excuse me, on Montoya. We're going to be back for jury selection. You always dress appropriately for court. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not going to say you dress better than some of the attorneys, but it would be true. It's a true statement.
I'm trying, Judge.
Well, not the attorneys here. You all equally are dressed great. But we're going to come back tomorrow exactly at 9 a.m. for jury selection.
So we're going.
Well,
Okay.
we will see who goes. You never know what happens.
Okay. I'm so sorry. All right.
Yeah.
So a lineup tomorrow at night. I hear you.
Yeah, so
Judge.
I need you all back here at 9 a.m. Now, sometimes when we do jury selection at 9 a.m., they're a little late downstairs, but state, you're going to need to have your witnesses here tomorrow.
Stay
All right.
through that.
So Ms. Ferguson, if you can give them a reset form for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, all right, thank you.
Now, just so I'm clear, Your Honor, scheduling wise, is there a possibility we don't go? We're gonna
But
go.
we're not going to say that.
Oh, okay. Am I one of a few that are coming back tomorrow?
Do I need to pull an Angelina
No, I'm just
and just jump around? I'm just going to, yeah.
The only reason I ask, I've got a lot of out of town with.
Oh, let me just tell you, wear your suit and tie
You got it, Judge.
and a pocket square. I like your pocket square.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks.
All right, thank
See in the
you.
morning. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
You're not saying it's ready, but.